All right, let's get to it today. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Audio is working. Perfect. So, our goal is to finish character. Let's do as much texturing as we can right now before I move on to rigging. And let's. So I think really what wants to be worked on right now is the clothing. We'll eventually need to make a decal eye that so that would be when we get to rigging. So face texture. One. It just basically has like this scar pattern on her eye, over her eye. All right. And in here, I'm going to focus on its objects. So, template. Bam. This will be the pants. Inside the pants, we want a fabric. We have a denim fabric. So, bam. Actually, let's double check the reference color wise. Oh, the top is a very light blue. One thing I'm missing on the pants are the cuts and the tears. That was important to have. And the gloves. So I think we actually need to back up a bit and do create gloves and create tears in pants. Okay. So that's where we'll start. There's another reference showing. Where did that go? Yeah. So we should actually be working on the painting version. This could get challenging. Reference. All right. So we got a glove shape. Separate that. Nice part about using this is it's already UV matte. So now we can go ahead and solidify. Okay. Satisfied. Oh, actually, yeah, I should have checked where. Where does this thing go? Perfect. Perfect. So for our glove, I'm going to do a little bit of editing. Editing. I'm going to delete these. Delete. Not delete these, but bevel them. Before. No, they just bevel them directly. V. One more. Out. Bada boom, because then I can. Hey, a follow. Velgore. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just making some clothing at the moment. This is the avatar we're working on today. It's coming out pretty well. And yeah, sit back, relax. Let me know if you have any questions. But it's kind of a work stream, so we're pretty chill here. Pretty chill. But we're making some gloves. All right, so here's the low poly for our glove. Put the solidify before everything. Apply it. Then I'm going to duplicate it and send this over to Sculptures. Let's just turn this off while we're working on it. Hello, Emmy. Welcome. Good morning. How would you start modeling something you have one dynamic posed reference for? I would make a drawing. I would make a turnaround. So a lot of times when you're like getting into a character, if I had like just a dynamic pose, I'd want to get a good idea of my general proportions. So I'd go into Photoshop or even Blender here because I can draw it in Blender and just go like, okay, character is basically built like this from the front. You know, it looks kind of like this. There's a bow here. Just get like a very general sketch of what my character would look like, both from the front and then the side as well. And then I would I would start with a subdivision modeling. Is really what you want to do. You want to do subdivision modeling when you're starting out, or you could do a sculpture. It depends. But yeah, I would do personally. What I would do if I had one is do the sketch, make a sculpture, and then retopologize. And then you're just doing your basic workflow. Oh god, I didn't even think about the side and the back. Nightmare. You'll figure it out. A lot of times you just need to jump in there, test it out, see how it goes. The important part with this stuff is to remember that it is totally okay to break things. Totally fine to break something. I would say if you want to be breaking things when you're starting out or learning a new process, it just doesn't happen any other way. All right, so there's the sculpture. Let's add the clothing material. And then I'm going to turn up those subdivisions even more. Right about there. Maybe. I think that's good. We'll take this. We'll grab the back and separate it, though. On this back piece, we'll add a little displace. Okay, yeah, so for all of these, I will select the boundary loops and delete them. Select boundary loop. Why won't it? Give it to me. Give it to. Oh no, it is solidified. What am I confused about? Yeah, that's fine. I guess it's just the it's just the outside because of how I selected it. Gotcha. Snardom, hello. Just saw chat and watching ads, so not sure what the exact question was, but for a dynamic pose stuff with lack of reference, my preference for models Abby's Everest, get bones in ASAP, model your base in T or A pose when you want, but have the pose saved for your rig to match the reference while working. That's smart. That's very smart. Just kind of get a general idea of the direction it should go. It's like a sketch. Hey, another follow. Lunar X Raven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. Weekend's about to happen. Weekend's about to happen. Can't wait. Let's solidify again. There we go. Much cleaner. Hi, happy Friday. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm excited about it. Duplicate, separate, and this. Right now we're making a glove. That's what we're working on at the moment. Weekend starts tomorrow night, but I'm helping family lol, so it's worth it. Good, good. Yeah, Christmas is upon us. I always forget that it's like this. Oh, that should work. And kind of expand it out a little, so we get a nice border. All right, looks good. And then do the same with all of our fingertips. Fingertips. Never knew you streamed, but I've been wanting to buy the anime head you have on your store. Well, good, good. I appreciate you coming by and your interest in the anime head. Anime head. Yeah, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. It's affirming. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm making the right stuff, but I appreciate that. It's hard to know exactly what people want. So thank you. Is that a new one, Sam? Male anime. It's been up for a little while. I've been wanting until I learn Blender more. I mainly do texture work. Lol. Well, I'm glad you are finding work. That's good to hear. I mean, that's half the battle right there. And Certainly we need good textures. We all need good textures. There we go. Nice little seam right there. That looks really cool. An older one, yes. Yes. Textures are for nerds, but I just solid cover everything and cry. The crying's the important part. Can't get anything done without crying. At least that's my motto. All right, I'd say that looks pretty good. Then, do I include the strap that we had going across? Oh, I guess I had a glove already. I did have a glove. As a sculpture, I had a glove. I didn't have glove finish, so it's so much rougher. Delete that. Move this back. Should be the right spot. And it is. And we can take all of these ones that are clipping and get rid of them. So okay, there we go. Texture for nerds, I just saw everything cry. Still do that sometimes. The texture doesn't work with me. That or I use matte caps. Oh, I love matte caps. I love matte caps. They're so nice. You're like, I want it to look exactly like this, and then it does. Actually, do you have any suggestions for free image editors? I have GIMP at the ready, but GIMP sure is obtuse. There's a decent amount to learn with any one, but yeah, Krita would be the one I'd recommend as well. It's the first thing that came to mind, at least. Put it in the Retopo collection. Hide. Okay, perfect. Hello, Pink Lemonade. Welcome. It is really easy to navigate, and you can even make animations in it. Dang, I've been able to get Krita to draw with a smooth frame rate on Linux. Depending on what it is you need to do, you can also use Blender for 2D. That is true. I'm starting to prefer using Blender for pretty much everything I do nowadays. I'm surprised to find myself in that position. I'm just like, I'm just gonna do a sketch. I'd rather sketch in Blender. Just mesh and recombine everything. So I can target the one shrinky wrap. One shrinky wrappy. Hey, read topology. Awesome. Oh. Right. I accidentally made the inside of this. There we go. I was just going to start setting my stuff up for my own avatar in Unity, but then I remembered that I forgot eyebones and weight painting. Still so much more. I do feel that way. It's hard to resist like jumping right to the next step. A lot of the time with this kind of work, you're like, oh, I just want to get to painting, or I just want to get to getting it into VRChat. You're always so close to the cooler step, you know? And I mean pixel-based 2D. I have a photograph of Juicebox as an example of modeling Juicebox. There's no need to use Photoshop to get pretty texture in 2D from a Juicebox from the photo I took. It can just be done with Blender. While I use a lot of 2D pixel vector-based programs, I love options. Yes. Blender. My love. My one true love. Blender. Do you recommend vertex or weight painting more? Um, it should all be weight paint. It's the same thing under the hood. Um, Vertex painting just means you're applying color to the mesh. Weight painting is what you actually use to attach your bones. Um, which I will be doing some of later in stream. So we're getting close to it. But I have to do this stuff first. I have to clean up the inside there. Darn. Okay. But yeah, basically you'll want to do weight painting. Vertex painting you can use if you're like making a sculpture, to like just get like some basic color data in there before you start painting in a different program or something. And if we're talking weight painting, if we're to skip it, use auto weights where possible. Always good. Get yourself a nice starting point. Blender does a lot of stuff, so the best way to learn Blender is to decide what you want to make, then figure out where to start and go from there. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's always best to just find something that, excites you. That's the important part. That's what you want to make. Exciting things. Or things that are exciting for you. And yeah, we won't make the other edge. I just wanted the finger loops. Finger loops. Oh no, I mean I can get it. Look nice. Stream is lagging. I hate my Wi-Fi. It shouldn't be lagging on my end, though it usually is. Tried putting a shirt on an avatar one time and it like a random spike spots because of me pulling to restart it. My friend saw it in Blender and said, "What did that shirt ever do to you?" Well, yeah, not a fun time. Yeah, that is the difficult part with like stuff that's there's so many different fits, but they're built for just a particular body. I'm looking to YouTube specifically for a tutorial on resizing clothing for avatars in Blender. A lot of VR specific tutorials for every step of avatar creation. It is true. True. There's a lot out there. It's good to see it growing. Oh, the displace is on. That's why it's looking so odd. It's looking so odd. All right. Deselect those. We're gonna bevel it. Boom. All right. I think that's all we need to do for the shrink wrap. Maybe because VR chat avatars are oftentimes add very large assets, and the clothes that are rigged and made for the same body but not those assets. That's what makes it so rough. VR avatars are kind of all over body wise. It drives me. It's true. But there are people on YouTube and Twitch even streaming the entire avatar creation process. What? Weirdos. Weirdo alert. Who does that? Only a weirdo would stream making avatars. Bam. What's the best way to do this? We can actually be quite deliberate with this. Okay, so what we'll do, take the bottom, pin it, rotate it. Distribute. This one needs to be bigger, or at least here over. What? Okay, so it has to be offset relatively. Doesn't seem okay. So, anyways, what's everyone's favorite giant robot? Favorite robot? I mean, I love mechs. It's like asking me which one's my favorite kid. You don't ask those things. I always try watching it. Just it's hard to keep up. If we're talking realism, Bagger 288 is always a sweet spot in my heart for a big ball machinery. Otherwise, Git's robots are kind of nice. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, let's just use the projection. Tried and true method. Tried and true, and it should be quite simple. I like Iron Giant because he's very charming. Marvin, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This is the same loop. Hard to tell. 1, 2, 1, 2. So this one's some random line. 1, 2. Just focus on the 4 there. Boom, 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 and boom, boom. Goes to the shell, SAC preferably. I like the spider designs from flexible to bulky. A Mech Warrior was very fun. I loved Mech Warrior growing up. Had a lot of fun designs. I did pin those, right? S, X, negative. Y. I'm scaling on the X, negative 1. Did my num go? There we go. Weird. Ghost in the Shell. Lunar, depending on the uniqueness of the avatar, it's very likely it would be easier to learn how to make clothing individually, particularly different size assets, a different amount of topology, and nicely. Assert this issue by being part of the cutting board club. No boob. Wait, why is it still connecting? Bam. There we go. Well. What the heck? I'm selecting everything. Selecting the correct ones. I'm pinning them for the 8th time. Then I'm marking a seam here, grabbing that, flipping it, moving it this way. Now we have both of the segments. Perfect. And they do line up this time. Okay, good. They should be exactly the same. I'm so confused. Did I only select one half? They didn't completely flat. Wait. That's right. We have them pinned. I'm cutting. I'm selecting the bottom. Still confused. Bam. Bam. Thinking I might start with male avatars for now because there's curves, which I feel might be easier for me to start with. Yes and no, you should follow the project you want and learn the steps. They're all important. Yeah, I think you're going to encounter challenges no matter what. So I would choose a character that you just like. Uh, what's a character you want would be excited about to come spend it with every day? Not necessarily like personality wise, but like like a project you would have an easy time returning to. I think that's the most important thing to. But you do texture, you do texture edits. Pin point to SY0. Okay, so I had before. And now I mark the scene. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I look at the cut. I select the bottom. I flip this. Move it this way. I'm so confused though, they're still not lining up. How's that happening? I mean, I'm flattening them perfectly. It's not a matter of perspective. Okay, here's what we'll do. Clear the seams on the whole hand, then project it. So there's no seam at all. I think that's what's happening. And then we go through. Cut it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. All right. We got it. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. Unwrap. Or no, not unwrap. Select the bottom. Flip it. Move it over. Select everything. And now they perfectly align. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Should have been happy the whole time. It is I, once again. Welcome, Dak. Welcome back, Dak. Hello. But I agree with the make what you want. You'll run into issues either way. So I'm trying to make custom avatars for myself and my boyfriend. I've been finding some pretty good free body bases. Just hard to find good free heads that'll look how I want with minimal editing. How dare you? Who did that? Who did that? Dare you splash me? Wait, no. They are still different. Okay. I'm going crazy here. Why is it still different? It's because it's not actually selecting all the way through. here's what we'll do. We'll select this. Then switch back and deselect like this. And that worked. Okay. Annoying. But that will actually work. So let me back up a few more steps till we have them all selected. Unpin them again. Reject them from view. And then we want to go through and deselect all these inner rings. Should be 3 clicks for each segment. Like so. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Then point to 0. Alright. And now will that work? Oh, hello, Silac. Welcome. Hello, good morning. I'll never stay hydrated. Dehydration only. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2. Good morning to you as well. 2, 4, 2. Sorry to keep counting, but and mark scene. Okay, now I should be able to take this, flip it this way, have the whole thing. Oh, it's still busted. It's still busted. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. Why is this not working? Okay, I see. Just missing one. No, just select it all again. I'm gonna cry. Okay, this time let's actually just save my vertex group into assignment. So I don't have to do it again and again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mark seam, and also make a group. We'll call this seam. So I never have to do that again. All right. Don't they look like they line up? But do they line up? Do they actually line up? Please work this time. Yes, yes they do. Finally. Finally. Ooh, actually, I could put cursor right here. And there we go. They line up perfectly. Beautiful. Then unwrap. Move the cut here. And here, I suppose. Interesting. That's going to stretch a little, but it should work. Back up one more time. And bam. Okay. Flip. Bam. 6. Bam. Hey. Clear the seam. Unwrappy. Nice. Now, I don't know why I keep doing things twice. Like it's a smart way to do it. I say. Start figuring this out. Wow. All right, Sam, what are you getting me for breakfast? A whole lot of nothing. That's what. A whole lot of nothing. Where does this come from? Where does this edge come from? Luna. For lunch in a couple hours, we'll recess and we're allowed to forage for food, but only if we make it back in time for the afternoon class. Of course, I got a free asset of deer antlers and tail. It only gives the FBX, says it has no bones, but when I need it in play mode, they are stiff like it has no bones. Do I need to have an avatar in Blender first or something? It says it has bones. Or is it something I can do in Unity to actually get it to move? Yes. So you want to look up how to add a fizz bone, which is like a dynamic bone. So it'll take like a chain of bones and move them. You can think of it like a spine or something, where it's like each of these segments move, and you'll want to add a fizz bone to the very topmost bone in your hierarchy, or the bottom of, like it's a base of a tail. You imagine that this is the base of the tail, the tip of the tail. You want to put the fizz bone on that bone, assign it to that bone. Uh-huh. 1, 2. So confused by this. What is going on in here? You know what? That's okay. Bam. Boom. Boom. We'll deselect the middle ones. Hit Q. Straight. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it, and it just works. Cheating, but I didn't see any other way to do that. Okay, I thought I broke it, to be honest. I thought it was already set up like that because it said it had bone. They're saying that they have bones, but not that they've attached fizz bones. So fizz bones are what bring it to life and give it that physics. Give it physics. If it is rigged has bones, mostly means that bones are attached to, skinned to the mesh. So it's possible to move and animate it. Not sure of your file, but general, that's how it usually is. Okay, so I need to add movement to its bones. Correct. Something like that, yes. Animations or dynamic behavior depending on the engine movement. You're going to think of bones as bones are the only thing actually moving on the skeleton. The skin or the rest of the body just follows the bone. But the bones are, it's like a puppet, right? You're making the skeleton of a puppet, and that's what you actually manipulate in order to move the character. Might try Chinko now. Found Kloop streaming in Kick. Who the heck is Kloop? Well, hello, Sam. Well, might try tinkering with it now. Well, yeah, absolutely. Jump in there, figure it out, break stuff, and enjoy breaking stuff. Liverpool coach. A pool filled with livers? Disgusting. You people are sick. Oh, it keeps getting caught on this. There's actually one more segment. There we go. From this one to these ones. Still a little off. Keeps getting caught on this one. What the heck is going on? Normal Man United fan. Huh. It's a lot of fun. Bones things come to life. Whatever it is you're making. It's not a Luna project that doesn't break at least 5 times. Hey, that's your badge of honor there. Just want to add antlers and deer tails for Christmas on an avatar. I edited it. That's a lofty goal. It's a worthy one. Maybe not lofty, but it's a good goal. Loft. All right, we have a triangle right here. Where is that coming from? Because I don't see a triangle on my mesh. Unless it got merged in here or something. Do all of them have a triangle? What is going on with my topology? Why is it so confusing? I don't understand. I don't get it. Usually it's not as difficult as this to bring it all together. I don't get it. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the inside. It's 3 rings. There we go. That's why it's weird. It's because it connects to the next finger. Weird. Fine. So much editing to do. Really hoping to be onto rigging today. I think we'll be able to get there, but it's going to be a bit of a pain. Okay. But now we're seeing how it all comes together. Just nice. Well, alrighty, almost there. That feels a lot better. Still feel like I'm missing something about this spot. I may have beveled a segment on that one. I didn't mean to, but we're gonna leave it alone because now it's working well. Let's go and stitch up the side of the glove and move on. Boom. And boom. Boom. And boom. Well. Boom. All right. I like it. All right. Point two. Drain it out. Bam. Bam. Boom. Okay. I think that is it. It is beautiful though. It's a good UV unmap. Unwrap. Unmap. Unwrap. Let's see. Some stuff. I forgot. We're missing some stuff. Should be pretty easy to make though. We just want this little band here and here. So we'll make that. We will make that. Boom. All right. And then wonder which one of my horrible UV maps I should post to make Sam cringe. I will always be encouraging. Always. Always. Enjoy the blend, everyone. I'm off to do some gaming. If I don't catch you later, have a good weekend. Same to you. Definitely enjoy your weekend. Definitely enjoy your gaming. And I'll see you soon. But have a good weekend. Have an amazing one. Ba-da-da-dee-dee-da-da-da. All right, just filling stuff in, chilling. Oh, I wasn't prepared to start on this today. Why isn't it? Is it snapping? I feel like I struggled to get moving this morning, but we're an hour in now. I feel a little more warmed up. A little more warmed up. Here we go. Noise. Amazing. Okay. Next. Bam. You can be encouraging and cringe simultaneously. I have the superpower. Okay, so now glove actually has all the stuff we want to add. Nice. I think that's probably all we need to do. And this is going to take care of itself. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Next important step, add the displace. Remove all the weight completely, or for the most part. Add a little bit of it back. And yeah, okay. Awesome. So we can put the sculpt of the glove in the Retopo glove, and then the Topo glove goes into the clothing as well. Boom. Save. All right, we have our clothing open here. We will re-export these. Where'd my glove go? Did I put it in the hair? Where'd my glove go? What? That's fine. It is definitely Friday. I feel like my brain is just struggling right now. Definitely Friday. All right, so we got the retopo for the clothing. We got the sculpt for the clothing. Go ahead and export our sculpt to April clothing, high poly, export, save. That's my loading dance. And then we'll take our Retopo clothing. This is the normal one without displacement. Clothing normal. Then turn on displacement for all of them and clothing cage. Boom. Back to painter here. We refresh the mesh. We should now see a glove. We do see glove. It's got the wrong material. And then clothing. Save. Back here, refresh again. Awesome. Oh, I'm going too fast. My glove here. Need some space. Need some space. There's a lot of stuff in here. This is the sole of the shoe. I think we can make that pretty small. I'll fit our glove right there. All right. So one more time. April clothing and April clothing. Cage. Right. Back here. Refresh. And then mode. Bake mesh maps. No. Let's make a folder here. We'll call it underscore master. Take all of our layers, drop them in there, and hide. Then back to bake. 128. 4K. Save. And the stream's going to lag. I love it. What am I going to do with one of my other fingers? Yeah. Can I do that with multiple at the same time? I don't think so. Because you have to twist. This makes sense. All right. So now we can turn our things back on and turn on the resolution. And now we have a delicious looking glove. Beautiful. That does look really good. Okay, save. Back to this somewhere. Okay, we created the gloves. Yummy glove. Delicious. The tears in the pants. I think we're going to do that with a cutout texture. All right, which means we can just start texturing. Pretty hard to see. It's like black on black, so it's a little challenging to see what's going on there. Bump up the brightness a little. Okay. First things first, for our pants, we'll add a color selection. Then add a paint. Apply. So I need to get rid of the belt material. You know, I should have done this like a normal selection. So grab this object and then do a color selection on top of it, set to subtract. Then I can pick the metal color, and I really wish the belt was a different color. So we're going to go back to our sculpture. Sculpt clothing. Up in here, select the belt. Make a new material. And it doesn't really matter what color it is, as long as it's easy to tell that it's its own color. Awesome. Okay, this is the sculpture. Save. Back to Painter. Turn everything off. Mode, bake. I'm going to save. I'm going to bake again and go to the restroom at the same time. So I'll be right back. Joe. Yep. Hopefully the weather keeps up. It's perfect for pickleball. Yeah. All right. We're back. Painting done. Switch back to our view here. And now turn back this. And with our color selection, we can add a new color, belt. And so now our denim material is affecting our pants. All right. Okay. And for the denim, we will tile it maybe 4 times. Something like that. We can there's no seam. There's no seam. It's just a edge a little bit. The tiling changes a little there. I think I know a fix. For now, we'll leave it alone and pop open our ref. The pants are black. So we'll grab that and a little bit darker. No, I think I will take a curvature template, just drop it on top. That should give the whole thing a little bit of variation. All right, that looks pretty good. I don't feel an immediate need to change that. Instead, we'll just make our denim darker denim. Maybe it's not these colors. It could just be Hello, Pastel. Welcome. Oh, hey there. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're working on a dino lady today. Her name is April. Oh, we're almost finished with her. We've made sculpture, the mesh, and we're still going. But hello, welcome. Oh, where was I? Painter. There we go. Dargan. Pretty much. I actually haven't asked if it's a dragon or a dinosaur. Can't decide. We're seeing if we can just introduce some nice little details in here. Excuse me. It does seem as dark as I'd like. I posted a work in progress for a single tracked motorcycle in Discord. Single tracked motorcycle. What is that? What is it that? What is it that? Oh. Wild. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's like a infinite millipede. Infinipede. Those pants look dope. Thank you, Nine. Good morning. Happy Friday. Just wanted to see if we can make these just a tad teensy darker. Well, all right. All right. I've been watching streams and vids in private lately. Also, Merry almost Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, Pastel. It's coming up quick. Well, good. I'm glad you've been checking them out. Yeah, no, I usually am just working. Feel free to chat or lurk or hang out. But I've been very pleased with the stuff I've been working on and happy to see you're checking it out. There's a lot of cool things going on in here. Good morning, Arctic. Hello, hello. Sam loves it when you call him names. That's his favorite. Call me. can't think of anything appropriate. All right. So instead of put this here, we'll call this. You know, I'm gonna make it completely black, but then just add on top of it a fill. So I can have a little slider here, just that. It's a little nicer. Okay. Then I'm gonna add another section. I'll call this denim fade. Yam butter. And in this, fill. Oh, and what is it called again? There's some. Oh, oh, dash. There we go. We got a bunch of alpha textures here for fabric. If they load, boy, do I love lurking. A lurker. You probably don't know what StarCraft is, but those little creatures, the lurkers in there. Oh, I could use the curve. They actually, so Painter introduced a really fun tool called the pen tool. And I can actually make a 3D path now. Which is dope. That's satisfying. Okay. And then we'll adjust its settings. Yeah, there we go. And do what? And it's pretty responsive. Oops. This one just has to go up here. Then I make a new one right there. Wow. All right. But I want to swap what we're using with one of those foam dash textures I have here. Like that. And we can adjust our spacing and the size. And then size jitter, flow jitter, angle, and position. No, position. And then we'll go to color, turn off color, and white, I think. So we get these nice wrinkles. Nice. That is pretty cool. Let's try one of these other ones. Oh, I see. Why isn't this changing now? It's not changing anymore. I'm clicking it. I have it selected. I have the pen tool. Paint along pen. It's open. Ah, I have to select it here. Okay. So it has to be within this menu. How would I know that? Oh, darn it. That's the kind of stuff that it's like you can't learn it. Just have to figure it out. Size jitter, flow. Also increase the size. All right. Yeah, definitely follow. Oh, follow path does curve it. Oh, okay. This tool is great. I was hoping for that, but I wasn't sure. But if it actually follows the path like that, that's amazing. It does. Nice. Okay. That's exciting. That's super exciting. Um, hmm, but there we go. It's a little bit not off center, but I can just move it to line it up. Can't tell if that's the texture or the settings on these tools. Oh, yeah. That's dope. I'm so satisfied with that. Okay. Um, oh, wait, I have to select the path. Then I can adjust the size. And let's turn down the size jitter. I do wish it aligned directly on the path. Oh, that's so satisfying. I'm extremely pleased with that. Okay, now we're going to make or continue here. Just going to go up the inside of the leg. So cool. This is when I really love this kind of work because it just it's so magical to like discover a tool that makes something like easy to do, implement. It's very satisfying. Bam. Okay. Wrinkles added. And I think we will give them just a little bit of color. Oh, maybe not. I don't like this. There. Okay, turn that back off. Looks fine here, but I didn't like that on its own. Anyway, all right, let's do another. We'll say side wrinkle, um, and if I can set it to linear dodge and duplicate, I'll make another one. But how do I do this? Do I make a new path or do I just kind of go in and start another? Nice. Butt wrinkles. And we'll turn it down just a little less impactful. I wonder if I could change the tiling along the X or Y axis. That would be really cool. But it doesn't seem so. Shucks. Oh. Cool. Okay. Next, I'd like to make the pockets pop a little bit better. They don't have like a shadow, so I want a shadow. Um, cool. Those might be a little too intense. To be able to see them so directly from a distance. Oh, okay. When I duplicated it, I actually took that line with me. So the paths don't exist. The paths exist in each layer. I'll have to keep that in mind for sure. Otherwise, it's going to get really annoying to work with. Well, it's going to work super well for these wraps, though. Yeah, I want to do those right now. Wraps. Here. Okay. I'll add another template flat in here, and we'll call it wrap wrinkle. From the wrap wrinkle. And paint. And we'll wraps. I go here. Boom. Boom. Oh. Can I close it? I guess not. All right. Size, squish down. Definitely want more of an actual wrinkle this time. Alignment. This one, 90. There. Okay. Again, I wish I could lengthen the wrinkles. Be super handy because I could do single axes. That's not useful at all. Darn. It's so close to being really, really good. Just needs some more options. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that one. And instead we'll add in here, delete the wrap wrinkle. We're gonna use our favorite fabric or a wrinkle bear cloth fold. That's it. And we'll drop that in the wraps folder. Well, can't see anything yet. Need to remove the mask. Now, got wrinkles. Okay. Sometimes those are hard to move. I don't want it to be that strong. Go to the normal. And we'll just lower it. A bit more like that. See, they got some wrinklage. Not like a crazy amount. And then we'll duplicate it. Turn it back, crank it back up to 100. Then on this one, we're going to change the folds that we're using. Which one did I like? I've made quite a few. This one and this one. Oh, I will say no. Should be fine. Squish it down. Oh. So much squishing. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A little too wrinkly. Probably a little too wrinkly. We'll keep that one off for now. I like just a little bit of wrinkle. And let's get a fabric in there. Cool. I want the roughness to be low, very low. Nice. Okay. Next, another template flat, and we're going to do the collars or cuffs. Cuffs sounds better. Cuffs. Boom. And they will be black and shiny. Maybe a little bit of metallic too. Adam Lotkar, welcome. Hello. Hi, Sam. I got a question for you. Do you have any advice? Got any advice for UV mapping a noodle cup? I managed to do the majority of it in Blender, but got the details all crooked. I don't know how to spread the faces evenly to fix it. So there's two ways you can spread. When you say spread evenly, so if I had a, let's say a cup here, cylinder. First, the default cylinder does have UV maps. So you can always use these as a starting point. But if you're doing it from scratch, so we have our little cup noodle, you would just want to add a cut, probably to both. Your seams look something like that, and you can unwrap it. And to straighten it out, I would recommend downloading this tool called UV Toolkit. Go ahead and link it for you. UV Toolkit. I'm pretty sure this is it here. Bam. So I'm linking that. Should look like this. But once you've unwrapped it, you can select it and hit straighten. And that's what I would do for that face. So they have this little straighten tool here. Super good, super useful. Yeah. Oh, and then if you wanted to straighten them as well, so say they're a little like unevenly spaced or something, you can select your selection, and then also a distribute tool there, which evenly spaces them between them. Lastly, I always scale things on the X or Y axis because you can scale on the X to 0 and then distribute, and it's perfectly spaced and perfectly flat. that way, which is useful sometimes. Anyway, hopefully that answers your question. My problem is that the texture I'm using to set up for an arc like print is set up for an arc like print. Okay. Gotcha. You have a few options. One is you can change your texture. So if you went into Photoshop, you might be able to extract your texture and then make a custom image. So that way you can have perfectly straight UVs. Um, Usually you do want your textures. It's easier to change your texture usually than your geometry. You make your textures for your geometry versus making you get it. And then you can like just manipulate your texture so that it fits your 3D model better. And sorry, for everyone else, this was the texture he was referring to. Just in case you didn't click on it. But yeah. And let's make a boot. Select that. And then we'll slap in a leather. Like leather. Oh. Leave the color in, darken it, raw mathy, and then channels. If the CAPTCHA asks me to find bicycles one more time and it presents me with a bunch of images, I can't even see it clearly. I will cry. Yeah, I think I soon will not be able to prove that I'm human for all these CAPTCHAs. Grommets, bam. And these are also just shiny and metallic. Beautiful. And then we want another template for the laces. Gotta hold on. We got. They're getting so bad, and it's just the training the stupid AI to be better, anyways. It's got to be what it's for, right? Like, there's no way they aren't just utilizing that. Oh, halfway there. Wow. All right. Then the top also needs some cloth. Let's go there. Thank you. Top. Back. Like a cotton or something would be nice. Sample the color. Is that the right color though? Actually, I think the top is lightly blue, very light blue. Or, it's not light at all. And that's purple. All right. Well, go. All right. Now for the top, though, I'm going to remove it's going to introduce errors. We need to use a color selection. So we'll get one more template flat, target that, drop it into the top folder, select this whole thing. Boom. This will be the netting, which will be black. And the netting. I want it to target. Man, I wish I had made them a different viewport color. Darn. Oh, easy enough to fix. Just go in, paint it. Well, don't I need a rebake anyways? Is there something I need to rebake? I feel like there probably is. Okay, next chance, if I rebake, I'll change the viewport colors. Height, set this to replace. There we go. Nice. All right, let's see what this looks like in Unity. Payne, hello. Hey, quick question. Is it possible to import bones to Blender? Yes. Sort of. Depends on what you mean. If you Blender can import FBX files, so it can definitely take in files with FBXs. But it depends on what you're starting with. Are you asking, is it possible to export a character from somewhere into Blender? From somewhere else? Man. Which form I need to use. Gotta run off, get warm before I overdose on chocolate later tonight. What a good plan. Have a nice rest of your day and happy holidays all. Same to you, Arctic. Merry Christmas. I won't. Oh yes, I will not be streaming Monday because it's Christmas. So, so Merry Christmas to everyone, and I'll catch you perhaps Wednesday, Arctic. Will be my Wednesday. Tuesday. But yes, Payne. For where is your current file? In what software is your current file? And what format? Hey there, Kai. Welcome. Look at our dino dragon lady. She's a dino dragon lady. Something's off right there. Ah, it's because I did not update our main version. Double clothing, copy the glove, save, and go to this version and paste. And just make sure it has the right clothing. April clothing. Bam. And then export this through FBX. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, should fix that. Gotcha. Delete the boot. Back to the painting version. Copy boot. Load in. Load in. All right, that should work. Hopefully. I forgot to say selected object, so it's exporting the whole thing. Gosh darn it. All right. Time for me to stand up for myself. And you too. Stand up, everyone. Had to get up from sitting. Too much sitting lately. All right, hopefully this loads. I may have just broken it. Which wouldn't be a bummer. I had just saved. In fact, it's probably faster than waiting for this to figure itself out. So let's go ahead and close it. And just reopen it. All right, there we go. Paste the new boots, reset them, change the material, save, select everything. Let's delete this too. Clothing. All right, export. FBX. Actually, let's go ahead and just delete that. Boom. Boom. Oh. All right. There we go. And the boot's fixed. Sometimes just jumping back and forth trying to figure stuff out. All right. I think she looks pretty gosh darn cool. Gosh darn. Oh, better. All right. Okay, let's check my to-do list. So much extract. So I need to make some tears on the pants. So to do that, or at least make it look worn. To make these, say denim, wrinkle, which looks super good. Does not look as good on the butt. I'm gonna get rid of that one. That looks odd. wrinkles. We made wrinkles. Now we add the denim for the fades. Tears. All right. All right. All right. And we'll add fill. In the fill. You know what? Actually, we'll just paint it. Do something like that. And then add a filter warp. So we get some nice difference there. I want to add height and set our height to place because it should tear it out. And I want to add opacity to this as well, but we'll do it on a separate layer right above it, which will be fade opacity. And this will be determined by a fill using fades mask. So we can see through it now. And that's pretty good. Close to what we want. We can adjust it manually to help make it nice and crunchy. All right. And that's cool because now all we need is to just paint and we can make a very nice effect. All right, and I have my pen, so we can actually go ahead and paint it out. Maybe it's kind of slow. Oh, I have sun. Gosh, it's good. I love. Oh, I don't have to do the work. It's very laggy though. I'm going to turn off the. Let's drop down one. Can't see my cursor. All right. So let's start from scratch. Just getting warmed up, seeing how it behaves, works. And I just want to reference the cuts themselves. They look, it's a lot smaller. They're a little more like this, just like small, very specific tears. And on our levels here, I'm going to push it in a little. Filter here, set it to blur, and then blur, we set linear dodge. maybe one more filter, a floor slope on top of that. That doesn't help. That don't help. Oh, for the opacity that we're making, let's also just give it a little bit of height. Push it in, and then I'll push the fade up a little. That should just make it feel a little fabricy. It's very satisfying to do. Now it definitely looks a little bit more natural. I don't see any on the lower legs. It's mostly just on the top here. I'm going to have to make sure it works with the legs very nicely. Okay, that looks pretty decent. We're going to add one more fade. And for this one, we'll just do a filter, no, a generator, edgeware. I don't like how much it hugs some of the creases here. But it's nice to get just a little bit of grunge throughout pants. Nice. And then I think it's better it's just a little bit lighter. The pants will probably look pretty dark overall. Maybe we'll give this just a little bit of fade too. Punch it in. Nice. Okay, next I'm going to add a gradient shadow template. The very top. Boom. Duplicate, call this belt. And then we have this here. Bam. And we're just going to put a shadow right beneath the belt. This is why I straighten out my UVs so much, so that I can get these exact get it to look that exact. It's really popping. lot, but just enough to pizzazz it. Give it the pizzazz. And we'll do another one. This time we'll just move it down a little. It'll be right inside. Oh, fascinating. So the edge right, the inside. We've got one more here. Nice. Okay, one more for the pants. The pants. Get down there. Everything seems to be fitting. Awesome. So good. Okay, now we're going to need a lot of them for the cuffs. I'll say cuff wrist. I'm going to swap this with another gradient. Find our wraps over here. Hello, Guncel Idos. Hello. How is your day going? We're working on our character here. I'll show her in just a moment. Actually, the wraps here. There. Duplicate again. Let's wow. Right, we're just adding shadows to the insides of these. Right there. Otherwise, it don't look quite right. Don't look quite right. Having a bad day, I'm thinking better after watching your training. Well, I'm sorry you're having a bad day. You're certainly welcome to chill, hang out, and ask any questions about what's going on. I hope your day improves. Right. This one will be the cuff for the neck. And cut head. Beautiful. Okay. Solid cuts. One more for the top. Which one? We'll do the bottom. Top bottom. What a strange title one, but every day is bad for me, so I normalized it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Push it down. Push this in. Duplicate. Excuse me. Goodness. My goodness. Wow. My head's ringing. All right, look at that. See how those just make it pop? I think that looks so good. Oops. But they are too strong. Just like 1% of this. Okay. And bam. Now if we can get the shoulder, we'll do that now. Top, shoulder. Interesting. It stretches so much. Might be hard to get this to work. On here. All right, looking good. Looking sharp. Do one more belt one. Awesome. Save. Export. Yeah, I'm just chugging coffee today. I want to see if my so you can't chat on someone's live stream on Twitter, or do they just reply directly to that? Weird. No, just Twitter stuff. It's a little bit too symmetrical here. Let's reset our map. All right, but overall, looking awesome. I really love how I can get this look. It's like gummy, plasticky look. That was really appealing to me. It reminds me of like an action figure or a toy, and I really love that quality. I think that's this feels super satisfying. All right, I think we can move on from the texturing for now. All right, let's get the tears on the pants looking a little bit nicer. Then we'll move on. So pants fade. Yeah, just need some cool. Are you using shader graph for textures? No, I use the Poyomi shader. I love the Poyomi shader. It's really nice. So that's mostly what I use. It's like an add-on. Oh, there's this game VR Chat, which is really fun, and a lot of people play. And within VR Chat, there's a shader that a lot of people use called the Poyomi shader, and it's free. So definitely recommend checking it out. I can go ahead and share that right there. So they have a free version that is under the MIT license, so you can use it with pretty much any project you want. And then there's a paid Discord for like the latest version, um, the most up to date version. Oh, I got it. Thank you for a link, by the way. I'll try. Oh, heck yeah. Well, good. Yeah, there's a few like kind of main shaders that VR Chat uses, but they're so fully featured. I'm really surprised the Unity community hasn't taken a closer look at VR Chat because it is a great game dev resource, just in general. Um, but maybe they haven't. I'm just not aware. Oh, I think that's good for now. Double avatars? In what way? Or I don't think I'm familiar with what a double avatar means. Like a couple avatar or like a. Let's make the tips deeps. Well, I like how the boot looks. I think that's good. I do like how that looks too. Needs some sort of fabric for the glove. So. And there's also avatars you can where you can have a copy of yourself in a mirror. Um, Like that kind of double avatar? Or is it like one you toggle in between? Like you just have a second avatar in the same upload. All right, let's export and move on. I don't know if that is the correct term for it, but basically it is a version of avatar that has been altered to enter certain servers. Usually, from my understanding, making some avatars more safe for work or be less heavy on the hardware users. The idea is that you switch between them or have them both running at the same time on a server. Gotcha. I think it makes sense because really those constraints are just about differences in hardware. Like the most common one being like a Quest fallback, where you have your main PC avatar, and then there's a simpler version you upload so that people that can't see that really um, dense one or really high performance one, they can still see the avatar, at least a semblance of the avatar you have on. That's just hardware. That's just a hardware problem. Like if everyone had the same computer, then we could all have the same standard. But all right, she looks good. We still actually have more body texturing to do. Fingers should have a color. Body. Bam, bam. Man, 10:30 already. God darn. Time just flying by. So her hands are kind of the same material as these nails or claws. Let's see. Let's just do it on the hand here because I'm lazy. Still hard to see. Switch to a mask. I think the only way that we will ever see that there'll ever be a like everyone experiences the exact same quality is once uh, cloud gaming like really realizes its full potential. That's totally dependent on pace of progress with like technology and stuff. It's not like a company decision, but only then will we ever see something that truly is like Ready Player One and has massive crowds or like you unlimited amount of players, stuff like that. That would all have to be a cloud gaming experience. I do need some of the color on the knuckle. Let's make a stripe. probably be easier to paint it, so that's what I'm going to do. All right, there we go. And for our tummy scales, we're going to create template. So glad I saved this anisotropic grain template. Anisotropic stroke. Okay, so I'll have that. And then I think we'll add on top of it a generator curvature set to subtract. Maybe ambient occlusion instead. I just want it around these edges. So I baked a few maps here. The normal might work. I really thought the curvature would work. Isn't that what I used to make the color anyway? Here. Color overlay. Let's actually set it to triplanar projection. Yeah. This looks more neutral. But we still just want to smooth it out in the middle, I think. I just want a levels. Give me a levels. Because I have a filter. I can just up. Should be adjusting base color. I guess it is. Which is a very light. Let's see. I barely see any difference there. But then if I push this one down, let's say it's if I get it. Hello. Ah, one last thing. Keep the blur off. Metal edgeware doesn't do anything. The color should. Why would that change the color? Confusion. Just don't want it to be so intense. Why can't? Take that. We this one. We add a generator for curvature. A little bit of scale right at the edge. Beautiful. Okay. A lot of the grain. Just enough. And adjust the noise itself a little. All right. Nice. Grooves. Done. Now, save. Should have fought it. Um, we want to change the object we're baking with. So I'm going to go back to painting version. Go to Retopo body, sculpt body. What I think I'd like to do is duplicate our hair collection. In this one, this will be sculpt hair body. Doesn't make any sense, sure. But then if we turn on sculpt body again, tail is this far back. So I should be able to take all these, move them this far. Copy single selected. Turn on the body. Okay. So now this will be our high poly export. Send to here. Subspader v2, body, high poly, export, save. And then here, hide everything, save. Bake mesh maps, 128. You should see the hair now. And it crashed. Okay. But the reason we're going to do that is because we'll be able to get really nice shadows where the hair touches the body. That's the whole reason where we. I'm going to turn off my microphone while this because the filter I use uses my GPU. And yeah, they seem to conflict frequently. 28. Save. Everything looks good here. All right, time to turn off the microphone. Sad to know that it is, in fact, my microphone that's messing things up. Oh, balls. Awesome. Look at that. Nice ambient occlusion. The head, where the hair is, just makes it feel like it all fits together. So cool. All right. So I have a question for myself, which is how difficult do I want to make this? I've been thinking that if I sculpted the mouth cavity, I could get a really good look. So basically, we would take this and actually push into the lip there. Mm. No, not right now. I really want to do that. Not worth my time. But we do need to clean it up because we're going to get a weird harsh edge. You can see it right here. It's kind of glassy right there. That's what I'd like to avoid, but not what I'm able to avoid. So now I have to do the weird workaround where I remove those, take in a mesh map template, drop down here. Boom. Normal, big row, normal, and AO. So now it looks exactly the same, except that we can paint stuff out. I'm going to start with the normal. I'm going to go to white mask. And I can just paint out this whole section. That looks pretty good on its own. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Then take the mouth cavity, remove the whole thing. Yeah. It's an object up here. This guy. For the teeth, I'm going to add a fill gradient. I'm definitely a little bit more tired today. I can feel it. I feel it now, Mr. Krabs. I don't want linear dodge. I want. And if we do this, then we can push the lips into the color of the lips into the mouth. And so when the character's making expressions, we won't get such an odd lip line, if that's the right word. Ah, very different. There we go. Change the balance. Okay. That's what we're using. But we pushed it back. And then now what we'd like to focus on is just making sure we did in fact mask out everything. I feel like I see a little bit of normal stuff getting weird there still. So what we'll do, switch to our mask view, go to the lips, and yeah, we can see that there's a bunch of bullshit right there. And we'll paint that in. Up. Yes. Yes. That's a joke version. Okay, perfect. So gums are now, our lip line is clean. We baked that. We did that. Yes. Nail, hand. I think we're good on those. In fact, we did that. All right. Wow. Clothing textures we did do. Face decal. How will we do that? Because it's only on one side, so we have to be very smart about how we make it. We will still want to make the lip a little bit darker, but when we can really see that painted out. Let's go back in here. Mask view one more time. Much smoother. Lovely. Excuse me. It's so wobbly. What? So we're going to add a user 0 channel, and then on layer base layer, we'll add that value, and we'll make it black. And then on the piercing, we'll add it. It will be white. So we have this isolated now. Save. Export. Then we'll do the same with the clothing. Make a user 0 channel. Boom, boom. Go to base, turn it on. Black. In the middle, we'll turn it on. White. Is there anything else? The grommets on the boots. On the boots. Oh. There we go. Save. Then on the body and the clothing, you can both enable matte cap 0, but the body will of course use the body mask A, which we created. Bam. And the clothing clothing mask A. Awesome. Then we can select both of them again. Go to metacap 0. Metacap is all right. I think they look properly blended. Nice. Okay, another task done on our list. Metal mat cap. And now we want to figure out the face decal. That might have to wait until we're done rigging. It would be easier to do it after rigging. So let's take the face decal. And we're going to move that down on our list. Once we're done with the rigging, we're going to mess with that. Okay, and speaking of, let's go ahead and open folder. We're going to make a backup copy that is pre-rigging. All right, then I'm going to turn off everything but the body and the eyes. Okay. Then Auto Rig Pro to Auto Rig Pro Smart. Does this have displace on? It might. This one's the ear, I believe. I don't have an ear, so I'll just put it right there. All right. Close enough. And then let's Okay, save, go. Give me a rig. And I'm of the opinion now that your spine should be straight. It should actually be perfectly straight. Because in VR chat, your character will slump if I'll just give it some direction there. But annoyingly, your character will slump forward or slouch or straighten out too much. You know exactly what I needed. I'm working on my own VRC right now. First model I'm making for a VRC specifically. Well, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, definitely feel free to ask any questions. Right now I'm in the rigging process right myself. And I wish you well with your rigging. I learned to rig, sculpt, retouch, unwrap, texture paint, bake normals, and placement, and all the skills needed. Nice, nice. That's awesome. And it's certainly a lot of fun stuff to learn. I love it. VR chat and Unity and just game design in general is so much fun to work on. Also working on a 2D Metroidvania in Unity. Exciting. That's very exciting. Are these the ears? Pretty sure this is the ear. Yeah. And we don't have ears, so we'll just disable that. And disable this one. Right. But we do have a tail. And we'll give it, let's say 8. Sure. Something like that. It's a lot of facial bones. I actually learned all this 3D stuff because I plan to make cutscenes, but it's not animated in 3D and convert them to pixel art. Well, that's exciting. There's a lot of easy ways to convert it to pixel art once you're in Blender. But yes, I do like having a full rig for my facial bones. Makes it a lot simpler if I need to redo anything by making a full rig, full character rig. A lot of times people will avoid it, but chicken. And we actually need more bones. I need another set of lips. And then I'm going to take all this stuff. That's the nice part about Blender. You can always hide stuff. Hey! Intrepid as Fudge, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. We're working on our girl April here. Client commission almost done. Slowly chipping away at her. But welcome. Hope you're having a good one. I'm thinking I'll probably take the sculpt shape key approach to facial animations. As far as I know, I can get away with just that without much beyond the head and jawbone. That's definitely the way I started out doing it as well. I ended up going this other direction because you can't save that shape key that way, and you can't transfer it to other characters. So setting up bones is really nice because as long as your other characters have the same bone structure, then you can use it. Just very quick, I get to copy and paste my Viseams for the most part between avatars, which saves a ton of time. Need even more, one more set of bones. We'll see. So this will be a good start. Lip controllers. Lip controllers. Yeah, let's just do it now. Alt H. Boom. More. That's a good point. If I plan on doing more models, it'll be worth to make a reusable rig. Absolutely. And you can use right now I use Rig Pro, which I love and talk about pretty regularly on stream, enough where my chat makes fun of me sometimes. But yeah, I found it quite useful. But there's also, of course, Rigify, just the normal kind of Blender, say default, but one of the more common add-ons used now, and it's great. It's a great one. All right, that should be good. That should be good for that. Now, time for the hand. But yeah, I think that's what I love about 3D is that 3D work is that you really can reuse a lot of the stuff you make. It kind of hurts me a little when I make something on a piece of paper, or maybe not. Maybe that's not the best example, but just something that I can't reuse. There's so much power in like learning Blender just so you can take your art and keep it going, bring it into other things. Not that people aren't doing that, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Bam, bam. Now, what kind of model are you making right now? I got Fursona or E-boy. E-thought. Side job. Yeah, for Sona, my own, sort of a reusable base model, but mostly it's a learning project. Learn the whole process, make an avatar from the beginning. I'm trying to get into it as a side job. Well, heck yeah, that's what I do. I'm doing this full time at the moment. Um, so yeah, if you have any questions about it, definitely let me know. Um, it's a lot of fun. It's a weird world, weird little space of the internet to work in. Um, Everything comes with its own ups and downs these days, but I love it. Definitely been a lot better to me than the freelance game industry grind. Fine. So questions, but I don't want to like take up your whole game chat with that. It's a pretty quiet stream, and I certainly don't mind answering questions. I'll be streaming for about another 30 minutes either way, and then I'll be taking lunchtime, because I'm hungry. Um, yeah, I certainly don't mind answering your questions. I'm working on safe for work. I didn't see anything post, so I'm guessing you got caught in a filter. All right, hand is now perfectly aligned. We can take our rig and just one more time review the IK directions here. That looks good. Oh, my toes messed up. That roll just there. All right, save. Auto Rig Pro, match to rig. I have a past making avatars for Second Life, and back in those days, things like ears, hair, tails were done with primitive shapes, separate from the mesh since their skeleton was so simple. Interesting. When you say primitive shapes, like only capsule, like cubes and capsules and those kinds of shapes. This gives me sort of natural inclination to want to make the ears a separate mesh on my VR chat avatar. I'm not sure if that's the correct approach for VR chat. I think that you can have it be the geometry separate. That's totally fine. But you do want to combine all your different objects into one to be um, performant. Uh, but you can always just separate them again if you want to attach them to a character. Uh, yeah, SL had a lot of tools to manipulate those shapes, but for the most part, things like that were done with curved shapes. Gotcha. Interesting. But yeah, if you're thinking of how you want to make your character, I definitely recommend checking out. I'll link this in a moment. Uh, but there is a creator VR chat creator website forum, and they have the PC limits here, and then also the quest limits. But you'll see that the skinned meshes right here, they only want a certain amount of skinned meshes. So if you have bones on your mesh, combining them is definitely the best move. But static meshes, you can have a lot more of. I'll post that there. All right. The tail looks good. Like a little croc tail. Tail. A skinned mesh equals rigged mesh. Correct. Any mesh that's attached to a bone is skinned. That's super helpful. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that document has been my North Star for how I approach a lot of the things here. Um, things are looking pretty good. Um, how long were you using Second Life? I'm kind of interested in your perspective and how VR chat compares to Second Life, or kind of think they're similar or different, or so I'm not sure how much. I feel like VR chat's kind of a spiritual successor to Second Life for sure. Oops, broke something. Wasn't much of a creator. I tried getting into it a few times, and it's where I first got into programming. Do LSL for particle engines. Interesting. It's so cool to see how so many of the tools that like got people excited about virtual reality and just like MMOs and stuff like that, that they really did inspire people to like make a lot of stuff. I think that's really cool to me. I want it between these two, a bit further back, and then this needs to be cut in that. Fear Chat is definitely a big step up from SL, if only because of IK and dynamic bone support. Oh, they didn't have them? Interesting. That is fascinating, actually. Yeah, I've been thinking of checking out another VR, social VR game called Resonite. It's like the spiritual successor to Neos VR, but they have a full like node-based programming system in game. And just the more I think about the ability to like be able to program things in game while in game, I just find that super enticing. So I'm really interested in learning more about how to do that in Neos. Squish, squish, squish. Okay, butt's bending a lot better. Getting the butt to bend right is difficult. I haven't checked out. I saw quite a few and I don't know how they're doing on that front notice. Gotcha, gotcha. I'd rather have it squish a little. Bam. Okay. That looks pretty good. Oh. Bam, bam. Bam. Oh, all right. I'm kind of spacing out. It's definitely a Friday for me. I'm feeling a little brain drained, so excuse me for spacing out every now and then. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Bam. All right, so each of these fingers just bump, 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 boop. Oh, hard to see what's going on in there. So much little wireframe shapes. All right. Then we could take the front ones, point to scale in, and we can smooth out the knuckles. Beautiful. And this one. Come on, get that last one. There we go. Just didn't want to get it. All right. Whew. We're moving quick. Hands done. Now we need to get the mouth done. Let's double check the hand. And we'll do it later. What I've realized, though, that I actually need to be doing... Hello, Christy. Welcome. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Like a little winky face, whatever that is. But hello. Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Just kicking my feet at work. Well, answer my question right when I asked. You leave your feet alone. Well, we're working on... This is April here. Gotta get a nice view of her. We're just kind of putting some finishing touches on her. That's way too dark right here. There. Ambient occlusion, too strong. Write that down. So many new movies, yeah. Work continues moving along. Oh, the tummy looks good. Still on hold for the head. Yes, we can definitely plan that out, but right now I'm just getting my ducks in a row. Um, should have some time in the next 2 weeks or so. With Christmas, I think I'll plan it. We'll we'll make a plan after Christmas once we've got a good idea of how long things are gonna, how much work I'll have after that. After Christmas. Oops. Also, Merry Christmas. It's coming up quick. Just a few days now. How is it connecting there? Oh, I just must have selected it. Merry Christmas. Understood. I'll keep an eye. Sounds good. Sounds good. Christmas. 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 Merry Christmas. Oh, that mean? I forget exactly what she says. Some. Boom. Boom. And lastly, bow. Okay, so now we should be able to open the mouth. Beautiful. Nice. That actually worked out super well. Awesome. Okay. Let's work on the jaw a little bit. Excuse me. Ori, how do you do your texture painting? I struggle with that in Blender. It's quite laggy, even with a simple brush I download. The tools feel very limited. I use Substance Painter for painting. Um, that's my favorite solution so far. And if I wasn't using Substance Painter, I'd probably be using Quixel. Um, I'm a study Illustrator course. Yay! Hey there, Marlo. Hello. Good luck with your Illustrator course. Hope that's going well. Do you have any thoughts on Quixel Mixer? I personally have not used it that much. Um, I've heard decent things, but it does seem like it doesn't get a lot of love from Epic, the parent company. It's like sometimes they're all about it, and sometimes they just like don't update it. So I don't think you're gonna get. It's not quite the tool that Substance Painter is. This is just an opinion, but it is certainly better than Blender. That much I'll give it. Blenders, unless you know exactly how it works, um, you're gonna have a hard time baking things in Blender. You're gonna have a hard time doing manual painting as well. Really, the biggest trick for texture painting in Blender alone is to separate your mesh while you're working. So if you're working on the head, just take off the head or duplicate the head and work on just the duplicate version where you've kind of isolated the area you're working on. Because it's very easy to end up painting the other side of your mesh on accident in Blender. So I think that would be really my main suggestion if you're going to be working in Blender. Just separate things frequently to make sure you know what is getting worked on. Know what you're affecting. Learned how to make normal maps and displacement maps in Blender with UDIMs, and that was a nightmare. Oh yeah, that's an annoying problem I keep running into. It's unfortunate. They're like it's just a problem they have not invested much time. The devs, but they're not gonna Blender's not really gonna compete with Substance Painter. There are some add-ons out there though that I've seen people use and use for baking as well. I forget the names of them though, but there are Blender add-ons specifically to kind of do painting and baking and all that jazz in Blender. Nom, 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 nom. Bam. Bam. All right. We're moving along. Moving along. This part's pretty fun. I'm much faster at the rigging than pretty much any other step, I would say. I guess everything else is basically done by that point anyway. I'll take these two. Is this the mouth cap? We can delete that. Take these. Parent with empty groups. The tongue, we can turn the mirror back on. Currently procrastinating on adding horns and then doing retopology on my model. I've been saying for the last few weeks that I probably will do a retopo tutorial soon. You can go back to some of my streams if you're looking for like what I did on mine, or how I do mine. But I think I've got a system down now. Got my system down. I don't have any of the fancy paid topo tools, so I do it by hand, and it just takes. Well, a few things. First is, um, if you are, there's a few free add-ons I would recommend getting. One of the main ones is the Loop Tools add-on, which comes with Blender. You just have to enable it. This one is amazing, especially the space and relax. I use those all the time. Super useful for retopology. And second is Blender did add a retopology view recently. So if you go here, it creates a very easy way to see your mesh over a sculpture. And lastly, there is RetopoFlow. RetopoFlow, which I will paste here. Use F2B Surface Mesh and Loop Tools. Gotcha. But RetopoFlow is free. And, they have a super good relax surface option that I use all the time. That's like the main thing I use it for. But it's a little bit slow to load sometimes. But RetopoFlow is free. They have a paid version, but you can get the GitHub version, no problem. Well, that's interesting. This is going to be very different than what I usually do. I think I have to keep the lip stretch at 0 this time. Usually I'll add a little this time. Oh, I didn't realize that RetopoFlow had a free GitHub option. That's amazing. It is amazing. It is amazing. I use it. It's changed my life. That was the start of my retopo journey. It's changed my life. Oh, sorry, just getting distracted now. All right. ToFlow was one of the first tools I intended to buy once I had the funds. This is great. Good. Yeah, there's just so much to know about VR chat and stuff. I love sharing what I do because it always helps out when I learn new things. What tools are out there? Tools. Oh, the tail looks so good. I'm really pleased with that. Little flappy dino tail. Looks like we'll still need to do some adjustments on the teeth. So we're going to do that in situ while we're working on this. does pierce through the lip. The tooth moves faster than the lip does. Looks weird. Too stretched. Let's undo the jaw moving. I think what we'll do instead is we'll have to adjust the tooth the other way. But all right, we'll come back to that though. I'd rather get working on some other aspects of the character. What next? Let's take what we have here and let's export her into Unity. A few things to change. First, we do have to go to the FBX and tell the model to make to space. Then April here, rig, humanoid, configure to make sure everything's assigned properly. Most importantly, get rid of the job mode. That's something VRChat should do automatically. Pose, reset, sample, force, done, apply. Notice how the spine didn't move at all there? Perfect, made my spine perfectly straight. We're getting some issues right here. Breast. Breast. So. No, I don't want to open it with Visual Studio. I don't. I think instead of keeping it there, I'm going to keep it right here. Let's do it right away. Breast baking poorly. So we'll have to do some fixes right here. So you can see this kind of haloing effect. That shouldn't be happening. Should be good though. And just right before we go, put on the tail fizz bones. So you move the bones down a little bit, but that's right. That's looking good. All right, play. We got a lot of hair to rig too. So much hair to rig. So cool. Look at that floppy tail. Just a little bit more spring. A little bit less pull. And then for the immobile, we'll turn it back up to 1, and then move this over like so. That's so satisfying. Cool. All right. Limits. And as long as we use the mobile for it, fine. Stretch motion, I don't know, 0.25, max stretch, 0.1, max squish. Sure. Posing, grabbing, yeah. Copy component and basic values. All right, she's coming together, y'all. She's coming together. There was a manga about this like tiny little dinosaur who had a face like this, and he was like walking around a cave or something. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, it is now 12:03 for me, which means it's lunchtime. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take a quick break. Not the end of the stream, or we're ending the first stream, and we'll start a second stream in about an hour and a half. Just for anyone new here, I usually break my day up. I do want to say thank you to everyone for hanging out with me, chilling with me. It's been a good week, a good Friday. Ori, thank you for coming by. Thank you for hanging out with me. Wishing you well with your projects as well. Christopher, looking forward to working on that head edit. I hope you're having an amazing day. Everyone else there, Guncell, Zoom, Era, Emmy, Adam, Arctic, if you're out there, Pastel, thank you for coming by. I hope you're having an amazing day. Say hi to everyone for me. 976, Samuel, another Samuel. Lunar, thank you for coming by, Lunar Raven, Lunar X Raven. And yeah, I think that's about it on my chat. That's far back as I can scroll. But much love to all of you. I will see you all very soon. We'll be back, and we're going to finish this character today, or at least we're going to. Anyway, see you all soon. Bye.